torchlight flickered against walls that had not seen proper illumination in 3 days. Griphook descended deeper into Gringotts than most wizards knew existed, his gnarled fingers trailing along the rough-hewn stone. Each step echoed in the vastness, a lonely sound that matched the hollowness in his chest. The cart tracks beside him were scorched black in places, twisted metal testament to dragonfire and desperate magic. Even now, 72 hours after the breach, the scent of burnt gold lingered in the air, a smell that made his throat tighten with shame. He had helped them, had guided Harry Potter and his friends into the deepest vault, past every protection, through every ward. The thief's downfall still dripped somewhere above, its enchanted waters having stripped away their disguises, but not their determination. Griphook's own kind had questioned him with cold courtesy, their eyes holding accusations their mouths would not speak. Not yet. The Lestrange vault gaped before him like a wound. Treasure lay scattered across the stone floor, where the Geminio and Flagrante curses had multiplied and heated everything they touched. False copies of ancient goblin-wrought armor glinted between genuine artifacts, making it impossible to tell truth from magical forgery without careful examination. Gold galleons formed drifts against the walls. Broken chains dangled from hooks, still swaying slightly, though no breeze reached this deep. And everywhere, the mark of that dragon's passage, claw gouges in the floor, scorch marks on the ceiling, the metallic tang of fierce sweat and fire. Griphook knelt beside a shattered helmet, lifting it with both hands. Goblin-made, perhaps 4 centuries old, now cracked beyond repair. The metalwork was exquisite, even in destruction, each rivet placed with mathematical precision, each curve serving both beauty and function. His people had crafted this for a wizard who likely never knew the maker's name, never thanked the hands that had labored over forge and anvil, and that wizard's descendant had locked it away in darkness, another trophy of conquest, another piece of goblin heritage held hostage. They should never have had it, he murmured to the empty vault. But Harry Potter had not come for gold, had not come for any of these treasures, genuine or false. He had come for something else entirely, something dark and terrible that Voldemort had hidden here, something that needed destroying more than it needed keeping. Griphook had felt it, that wrongness in the cup, though he had not understood it then. A Horcrux, the girl Hermione had called it. A piece of a monster's soul, tucked away in Helga Hufflepuff's cup like poison in honey. The boy had destroyed it, had used a basilisk fang from the Chamber of Secrets itself, had watched the thing shriek and die, had ended one more fragment of the darkest wizard in generations. And then Harry Potter had broken his promise. Griphook's jaw clenched. He set the ruined helmet down with exaggerated care, arranging it so the damage faced away, preserving what dignity remained. The sword of Gryffindor, rightfully goblin-made, wrongfully claimed by wizards for 1,000 years, had been his price for assistance. Harry had agreed, had shaken on it, wizard-style, had looked him in the eye with something almost like understanding, then had summoned the sword away at the crucial moment, leaving Griphook empty-handed while they escaped on Dragonback, tearing through centuries of carefully constructed security, making a mockery of goblin pride. Strange bravery that, foolish bravery. The bravery of someone who saw a greater threat than broken promises, who valued destroying evil above keeping his word. Was that nobility or simply wizard arrogance wearing a different face? Griphook stood slowly, his knees protesting. He was old for his kind, had worked in these vaults for longer than Harry Potter had been alive, had seen 3 generations of Potters come through the marble halls above, making their deposits and withdrawals with the casual entitlement wizards wore like second skin. James Potter, with his wild hair and careless laugh. Lily Potter née Evans, who at least had thanked the tellers by name. And Harry, the orphan who had somehow become the wizarding world's unlikely savior. The boy had looked at him, really looked, during their planning sessions at Shell Cottage, had asked questions about goblin lore, had listened to answers with apparent genuine interest, had called him by name without the slight pause most wizards employed, that tiny hesitation before acknowledging a goblin's personhood. It had been unsettling, disarming. Griphook. The voice came from the tunnel entrance, formal and clipped. Griphook turned to find Bogrod's son, Ironfoot, silhouetted against the distant torchlight. Young, barely a century old, with the sharp features and sharper eyes of a goblin who had inherited his father's position, if not yet his wisdom. "The council requires your presence," Ironfoot said. "Immediately." Not a request. Griphook glanced back at the violated vault, at the scattered treasure and broken wards, at the physical manifestation of his choices. "I will come." They rode the cart in silence, rising through the labyrinth of tunnels that only goblins could properly navigate. The speed was excessive. Ironfoot's grip on the lever white-knuckled, his expression rigid. Angry then, or frightened, perhaps both. The underground waterfall of the thief's downfall rushed past them, its enchanted cascade still operational despite everything. Griphook felt its magic pluck at his clothes, searching for deceit, finding only the weight of consequences. They emerged into the higher vaults, then higher still, until the tunnels grew wider and the darkness less absolute. "They're calling it the Great Shame," Ironfoot said abruptly, not looking at Griphook. "In the counting houses, in the forges, even the younglings cleaning the carts know what happened. A dragon, Griphook. They freed a dragon through our halls." "The dragon was blind," Griphook replied quietly, "half mad from captivity. We should never have kept it so. We kept it as deterrent, as protection." Ironfoot's voice cracked upward. "My father died under the Imperious Curse, enslaved by the same wizards you helped. Died thinking he was betraying his own kind willingly. Do you understand what that means? His name, our family." "I understand." "Do you?" Ironfoot yanked the lever, and the cart screeched to a halt at a platform Griphook didn't recognize. Older than the customer areas, carved in the ancient style when goblins had first delved these depths. "The council convenes in the Hall of First Silver, not the usual chambers. The old place, Griphook. They're invoking the deep laws." A chill ran down Griphook's spine that had nothing to do with the underground cold. The Hall of First Silver had not been used in his lifetime, reserved for matters that touched the very survival of goblin-kind. Matters of war, matters of existential threat, matters of treason. They walked the rest of the distance, their footsteps the only sound. The tunnel walls here bore no torches. Instead, the stone itself glowed with a faint silvery luminescence, some ancient enchantment woven into the rock itself. Runes marked the passage at regular intervals, declarations in the old tongue about honor, craft, and the price of betrayal. Griphook had learned to read them as a youngling. never imagining he would walk this path as the accused rather than the witness. The Hall of First Silver opened before them like a cavern from legend. The ceiling soared impossibly high, lost in shadow despite the silver glow that emanated from every surface. The walls were not stone, but pure silver, shaped and worked by the earliest goblin masters, depicting scenes of their history. The forging of the first sword, the building of the first vault, the first betrayal by wizard-kind. At the room's center stood a circular table of black obsidian, unmarked and unadorned, surrounded by 13 stone seats. 12 were occupied. Griphook recognized them all. Ragnarok, eldest of the elders, his face so creased with age, it resembled worked leather. Bodrick, the master of coins, whose ledgers tracked every galleon that passed through Gringotts. Gornak's sister, he had been killed by snatchers during the war, her eyes hard as flint. The heads of the great goblin families, the keepers of the deepest vaults, the guardians of goblin lore and tradition. They watched him enter in absolute silence. Griphook of the Vault Guard. Ragnarok's voice was dry as ancient parchment. You stand before the Hall of First Silver, called to account for your actions. 3 nights past, you guided wizards into the deepest vault. You aided in the theft of property under goblin protection. You enabled the release of a security measure that caused untold damage. You violated every oath you swore upon entering service to Gringotts. Speak, and let your words be measured, for they will determine whether your name is honored or obliterated from our records. The threat hung heavy in the silver air. Obliteration, not merely death, but the erasure of one's entire lineage from goblin memory, as though one had never existed, never contributed, never mattered. The ultimate shame. Griphook stepped to the 13th seat, but did not sit. I guided Harry Potter and his companions into the Lestrange vault, he said clearly. This is truth. I did so in exchange for the sword of Gryffindor, goblin-made and goblin-owned, wrongfully held by wizards for 1,000 years. This was my price, and it was agreed upon. And did you receive this payment? Bodrick asked, his fingers steepled. I did not. Potter summoned the sword away at the moment of departure. A murmur rippled through the council. Gornak's sister leaned forward. So you were betrayed, used by wizards, as goblins have always been used. This makes the shame worse, not better. You trusted wizard promises. I trusted my judgment of necessity, Griphook countered. The Dark Lord had hidden something in that vault, something foul. Potter needed to destroy it to end the war. That is wizard business, Ragnarok said softly. Wizard wars, wizard darkness, wizard solutions. We are goblins. We hold the gold, guard the treasures, maintain neutrality. For 2,000 years, this has been our way. Through Grindelwald and before, through blood and fire, we endure by standing apart. You violated this principle. The Dark Lord forced goblins under the Imperious curse. Griphook met each set of eyes in turn. He tortured our kind for refusing to cooperate. He treated Gringotts as his personal vault, caring nothing for our autonomy or our laws. There was no neutrality possible, only the choice of which side to quietly resist. Quietly, Bodrick emphasized, not by staging the most spectacular breach in Gringotts history, not by releasing a dragon through the main hall in front of dozens of wizard witnesses. The Ministry will use this as excuse to impose new regulations, new oversight, new controls. You have given them justification to treat us as incompetent children who cannot manage our own security. The accusation stung because it was true. Griphook had seen the political ramifications even as he fled. Kingsley Shacklebolt might be reasonable, but the Wizengamot would demand investigations, reforms, external audits. Everything goblins had fought to keep autonomous would now be questioned. I accept responsibility for those consequences, Griphook said quietly. I acted with full knowledge of the costs. Did you? Ragnar's ancient eyes were unreadable. Tell us then, was it worth it? The shame, the damage, the political upheaval. Would you make the same choice again? The question hung in the silver light. Outside this hall, Gringotts continued its ancient rhythm. Carts descending too, vaults, gold-changing hands, the machinery of wizard-goblin commerce grinding forward as it always had. But here, in this moment, the choice was starker. Principle or pragmatism, pride or survival. Griphook thought of Harry Potter's face in Shell Cottage, exhausted and desperate and terrified, planning an impossible heist to destroy a fragment of the darkest evil. Thought of Hermione Granger researching goblin lore with unexpected respect, asking permission rather than assuming cooperation. Thought of that moment in the vault when the Horcrux had screamed its death, and something genuinely evil had been unmade. The Dark Lord is destroyed, he said finally. His reign of terror ended. Goblins will not fear midnight raids or imperious torture. Whatever shame I brought, whatever political complications, they are finite. The alternative was a world where Voldemort controlled everything, including us. That would have been eternal. Silence stretched. Then Ragnar slowly nodded. A point of philosophy, then. Does the end justify the means? Can individual judgment supersede collective law? He looked around the table. This is the question we must answer. Not merely what to do with Griphook, but what our position will be in the new world the wizards are building. Do we maintain our traditional isolation, or do we acknowledge that neutrality itself can be a choice with consequences? The old ways have protected us, one elder protested. The old ways did not protect Bogrod, Gornug's sister said sharply. Did not prevent the Carrows from torturing goblin children they found in Diagon Alley. Did not stop Voldemort from treating our bank as his personal treasury. Arguments erupted, voices rising in the ancient hall. Griphook stood silent, watching centuries of tradition clash against weeks of unprecedented crisis. These were the conversations happening throughout goblin society, he realized, in the forges and counting houses, in the deep vaults and high halls. His actions had not created this schism. They had merely forced it into the open. Eventually, Ragnar raised one gnarled hand, and silence fell. We will vote at the next full moon, he declared, on whether Griphook's actions constitute treason or justified independence, on whether our stance of neutrality serves us still, on what our relationship with the new ministry shall be. His eyes fixed on Griphook. Until then, you are confined to the counting houses. You will assist in documenting the damage and calculating reparations. You will speak to no one of this council. You will wait. I understand. Dismissed. Griphook walked from the hall of First Silver, feeling the weight of 13 gazes on his back. Ironfoot waited in the tunnel, expression conflicted. My father would have hated what you did, he said quietly, but he also hated what the Dark Lord did to him. I don't know which weighs heavier. Neither do I. Griphook admitted. They rode the cart back up in silence. But as they rose toward the distant glow of the marble halls, Griphook found himself thinking not of shame or judgment, but of Harry Potter's strange bravery. The boy who broke promises but destroyed monsters, who treated goblins with unexpected respect even while using them, who chose the greater good over the easier path. Perhaps, Griphook thought, that was what wizards called Gryffindor courage, not the absence of moral complexity, but the willingness to act despite it, to accept that sometimes there were no perfect choices, only necessary ones. The cart emerged into the torchlight of the upper vaults. Above, in the marble halls, he could hear the distant sounds of commerce, wizards and goblins conducting business as they had for millennia. The world continued, changed perhaps, complicated, certainly, but continuing. Griphook returned to his desk in the counting house, pulled out fresh parchment, and began the careful work of documenting every damaged item, every broken ward, every consequence of his choice. It was goblin work, meticulous, honest, unflinching, recording the true cost of things, both paid and unpaid. Outside his window, the sun was setting over London, painting the sky in shades of gold. The full moon rose over London like a silver galleon, its light barely penetrating the depths of Gringotts. But in the counting houses, goblins marked its ascent with ancient chronometers that measured lunar phases with precision no wizard timepiece could match. Griphook watched the needle on the brass instrument tick past the zenith mark and felt his stomach tighten. Tonight, the council would vote. For 28 days, he had worked in relative isolation, documenting losses with the methodical precision his people prized. 12,000 galleons in heat-damaged coinage requiring reminting. 47 goblin-wrought artifacts cracked by Geminio curse multiplication. 6 vault doors with compromised wards. 1 blind Ukrainian iron belly recovered from the lake in Hampstead Heath and relocated to a Romanian sanctuary at considerable expense, a detail that had caused heated debate among the accounting staff. We kept it imprisoned, young Nagnok had argued, barely into his second decade of service. Tortured it with clanging chains and noise. Perhaps the expenses justice served. Griphook had noted the cost in both columns of his ledger. Financial loss and moral debt. The numbers told only part of any story. Now, as the moon reached its peak, Ironfoot appeared at his desk. The younger goblin's expression was carefully neutral, but his fingers drummed against his leg, a nervous habit he hadn't yet learned to control. "The council convenes," he said formally. "Your presence is required as witness, though not as speaker unless called upon." They descended through tunnels Griphook now knew by heart, past the operational vaults where late-night emergencies occasionally demanded access, past the thief's downfall with its eternal cascade, down to where the stone itself remembered the first goblins who had carved these depths. But tonight, they passed the Hall of First Silver and went deeper still. The Hall of Deep Silver lay at the absolute foundation of Gringotts, where bedrock met the oldest magic. The walls here weren't carved. They were sung into shape by the founder Gringott himself, using techniques lost to time. The silver in the stone formed natural patterns that seemed to shift in the torchlight, depicting no fixed scene, but rather the essence of goblin philosophy, craft, commerce, autonomy, pride. The obsidian table was larger here, accommodating not 13, but 39 seats. Every goblin family of standing had sent a representative. Every department of Gringotts, every craft guild and merchant consortium. This was not merely the Council of Elders. This was the assembly of goblin-kind, called only for decisions that would echo through generations. Griphook took his place in the outer ring, the circle reserved for witnesses and the accused. Across from him sat 3 other goblins in similar positions. Travers, former vault-keeper, who had also been Imperiist. A young goblin caught helping a Muggle-born family escape during the height of the Terror. And Ragnarok the Younger, who had been overheard suggesting that goblins should have fought openly against Voldemort. 4 cases. 4 questions about the same fundamental issue. What did goblin neutrality mean in a world where Dark Lords demanded compliance? Ragnarok the Elder struck his staff against the stone floor 3 times, and the murmuring ceased. We gather under the full moon, as our ancestors gathered, to make decisions that will bind our people, his voice carried in the silver-touched darkness. Tonight, we vote not merely on individual actions, but on philosophy, on who we are and who we choose to become. Bodrick, the Master of Coins, stood, his fingers adorned with rings that marked his position. Let us begin with facts. The breach of Gringotts resulted in quantifiable damage, 83,000 galleons in direct losses, another 40,000 in reinforcement of security measures. The political cost is harder to measure, but no less real. The new ministry has already sent 3 separate delegations requesting consultations on security protocols. The Wizengamot debates new oversight legislation. Our autonomy is under threat. Our autonomy was already under threat. Gornuk's sister, Gralak, stood abruptly. The Dark Lord treated our bank as his personal treasury, forced our people under Imperius, tortured those who resisted. Where was our precious neutrality then? It was a fiction, a comfort we told ourselves while evil walked through our halls. We survived by bending, countered Goldknife, a traditionalist elder whose family had served Gringotts since its founding. We accommodated, we endured, we outlasted. It is what we have always done. Wizards rise and fall. Grindelwald, Voldemort, a dozen dark lords before them. But Gringotts remains. That is the victory of patience. That is the victory of cowardice, Ragnarok the Younger said, his voice carrying despite his youth. We hid while Muggle-born wizards died. We counted gold while families burned. We maintained our neutrality while the world suffered. And you call this honor? The hall erupted in argument. Voices overlapped, some in English, others in the old goblin tongue, a few in angry combinations of both. Griphook watched the ancient debate play out, tradition versus change, survival versus principle, the comfortable lies of the past versus the uncomfortable truths of the present. Ragnarok the Elder struck his staff again, harder. Order. We will hear from each of the accused, then vote on each case, and finally vote on the larger question of policy. He turned his ancient eyes toward the Vault Keeper. Ragnarok, you were Imperiist. You had no choice in your actions. Yet you served the Lestranges, facilitated their access to vaults containing dark artifacts. Speak. Ragnarok stood slowly, his face haggard. I remember nothing of those months. I woke one day to find weeks had passed, my hands moving through familiar motions, while my mind was trapped in fog. The healers say this is normal. The Imperius leaves no memories, only gaps. His voice cracked. But I worked those vaults. I opened those doors. That my mind was not my own does not change what my hands did. You are victim, not perpetrator, Gralak said firmly. To judge you would be to blame the wand for the wizard's curse. Yet the damage was done, Goldknife replied, and by goblin hands, however controlled. There must be acknowledgement, reparation. What reparation? Bragnok's anger flared. Shall I pay for the crime of being tortured? Shall I apologize for surviving? The vote came swiftly. 34 for innocence, 5 for symbolic censure. Bragnok sat down, relief and anger warring on his features. The young goblin who had helped the Muggle-born family was next. Craglik, barely 50 years old, who had smuggled a family of 4 through the Gringotts tunnels to the Leaky Cauldron during a snatcher raid. I broke protocol, Craglik said simply. Used bank passages for non-bank purposes. Endangered our neutrality. But they had a daughter, 7 years old, with her mother's eyes and her father's smile. The snatchers would have taken them to the manor, to Bellatrix Lestrange. He paused. I have read the reports from the trials. I know what happened in that place. I would make the same choice every night until the moon itself fell. This vote took longer. Debate raged about precedent, about the slippery slope of choosing sides, about whether individual conscience could supersede institutional policy. In the end, 21 for censure, 18 for commendation. Craglik remained employed but with a formal reprimand on his record, a compromise that satisfied no one. Ragnok the Younger's case was philosophical rather than practical. He had taken no action, merely spoken words. I said that neutrality in the face of genocide is collaboration, he stated clearly. I said that we should have fought. I say so still. Words matter, Goldknife argued. They shape thoughts, which shape actions. To speak of breaking our traditions is to invite chaos. Traditions that serve us are worth keeping, Ragnok the Younger replied. Those that make us complicit in atrocity should be examined. I do not advocate recklessness. I advocate conscience. The vote split almost evenly, 20 to 19 in favor of no punishment, with the deciding vote cast by Ragnok the Elder himself. Free speech is itself a tradition, he said quietly, and one we should not abandon in defense of lesser ones. Then it was Griphook's turn. He stood in the silver light, aware of every eye upon him. 28 days of waiting had given him time to prepare words, but now they seemed inadequate. How did one explain complexity to people demanding simplicity? How did one justify actions that violated every rule while serving a larger principle? I guided Harry Potter into the Lestrange vault, he began. I did this for multiple reasons, some noble, some selfish. I wanted the sword of Gryffindor returned to goblin hands, our property wrongfully held. I wanted to strike at the Dark Lord who had made mockery of our security. I wanted... He paused, searching for honesty. I wanted to matter, to be more than a keeper of wizard gold, more than a servant who existed at the edges of their wars. And did you matter? Gralak asked, not unkindly. The Horcrux was destroyed. The war ended days later. Whether my actions mattered specifically, I cannot say. But I was not neutral. I chose a side, took a risk, accepted consequences. That felt more honorable than pretending I had no stake in the outcome. You were paid for this service, Bodrick noted, or promised payment. The Sword of Gryffindor, a king's ransom in both monetary and symbolic value, which I did not receive. Potter summoned it away. Betrayed by wizards, Goldknife said with grim satisfaction. As we always are. This is why neutrality protects us. Potter betrayed the letter of our agreement, Griphook acknowledged, but perhaps not its spirit. He needed the sword to destroy the Horcrux. That was always his priority, not treasure, not even his word. The destruction of evil. He looked around the hall. I have thought much on this. Wizard promises are hollow things, often broken. Yet Potter's actions were consistent with his character. He chose the greater good over personal honor. Is that betrayal, or simply different values? Philosophy does not rebuild damaged vaults, Bodrick said dryly. No, but it determines whether we build higher walls or stronger bridges. The debate that followed was fierce. Some argued for obliteration, the erasure of Griphook's name from all records. Others for exile, imprisonment, substantial fines. Still others claimed he had acted within his rights to negotiate independently with clients, however unorthodox the service. Gralloch stood, her voice cutting through the noise. My brother Gornock died for helping Harry Potter, died at Snatcher hands, tortured for information about the boy's whereabouts. He gave them nothing. Died with honor, they tell me. Protecting wizard children, he owed nothing. Her voice thickened. I thought him a fool, thought his death meaningless. But the Dark Lord fell, the children lived, and my brother's name is spoken with respect even by wizards now. That matters, not because wizards approve, but because he stood for something beyond survival. Martyrdom is not policy, Goldknife retorted. We cannot all die for wizard causes. But can we live having stood for nothing? Gralloch shot back. Ragnarok the Elder struck his staff once more. Enough. We vote now on Griphook's case. Then we vote on the larger question. Show hands for obliteration. None. For exile. 3 hands, the hardest traditionalists. For imprisonment. 5 more. For substantial fines and demotion. 12 hands, including Bodrick's. For censure but continued employment. 10 hands. For recognition of justified independence. 9 hands, including Greylax and both Ragnarok's. Silence as the count was tallied. 21 for punishment in some form, 18 for various degrees of acceptance. Griphook would remain at Gringotts, but would pay 40,000 galleons in reparations, effectively his life savings, and would be barred from vault access for 5 years. A compromise. He was neither hero nor traitor, but something in between. It felt oddly appropriate. Now, Ragnarok the Elder said, his voice heavy with age and weight. We vote on the principle. Shall Gringotts maintain absolute neutrality in all wizard conflicts? Or shall we acknowledge that neutrality itself is a position with moral implications? Shall we remain as we have been, or evolve into something new? The silence was profound. This vote will echo through centuries, he continued, will shape how our children and their children interact with wizard kind. Consider carefully. Those in favor of maintaining strict neutrality, raise hands. 20 hands rose. The traditionalists, the fearful, those who valued survival above all else, those in favor of case-by-case moral judgment, acknowledging that neutrality may sometimes mean complicity. 19 hands, 20 to 19. 1 vote shy of change. Griphook felt something sink in his chest, the same margin as Ragnarok the Younger's case, but this time falling on the side of tradition. Then slowly, Ragnarok the Elder raised his own hand. I vote for evolution, he said quietly. Not because I believe our old ways are wrong, but because the world has changed, and we must change with it, or become irrelevant. Let it be recorded. By 20 to 20, with the Elder's deciding vote, Gringotts shall henceforth evaluate wizard conflicts on individual merit, reserving the right to refuse service or offer assistance based on moral consideration rather than blanket policy. The hall erupted. Some goblins cheered, others protested, many simply sat in stunned silence. History had shifted, though whether toward disaster or wisdom remained to be seen. Griphook remained standing as goblins filed out, arguing in clusters, already forming the factions that would define the next era. Ironfoot approached, his expression complicated. 40,000 galleons, he said. That's harsh. That's fair, Griphook replied. Actions have costs. I knew this. And the 5-year ban from vaults? I will work the counting houses, continue my documentation, perhaps teach younger goblins about risk assessment. He smiled without humor. I have recent experience with that. They walked together through the tunnels, rising toward the operational levels. Behind them, the Hall of Deep Silver gradually emptied, its silver-touched walls returning to darkness, waiting for the next time goblin-kind needed to question itself. At his desk, Griphook found a sealed letter, delivered by internal post. He opened it with careful clause. The Ministry requests consultation on improved security measures and goblin-wizard cooperation protocols. Your experience in recent events may provide valuable insight. Meeting proposed for 3 days hence. Kingsley Shacklebolt, Minister for Magic Griphook, read it twice, then looked up at Ironfoot. It seems the new world moves quickly. Will you go? The council voted for case-by-case judgment. This is a case. He folded the letter carefully. Perhaps it's time to see whether Harry Potter's strange bravery extends to the wizard who replaced Voldemort. Whether this ministry will be different. And if it's not. Griphook thought of the sword of Gryffindor, summoned away at the crucial moment, of promises broken and evil destroyed, of the messy space between betrayal and heroism where real choices lived. Then at least we will know, he said finally, and knowing is its own form of power. The moonlight filtered down through distant marble halls, silvering the edges of ledgers and coin stacks. Outside, London slept, unaware that in the depths below, goblins had chosen a new path forward, one that acknowledged complexity rather than hiding from it, one that might lead to disaster or wisdom, but would certainly lead somewhere new. The archive rooms of Gringotts smelled of old parchment and older magic. Griphook descended the narrow spiral staircase with a torch in one hand and a brass key in the other, one of 17 keys required to access the historical records vault, where goblin-kind kept its true accounting. Not the ledgers shown to ministry auditors or curious scholars, but the real history, the unvarnished chronicle of every transaction, every broken promise, every artifact wrongfully claimed by wizard hands over 2 millennia. The door opened with a sigh, as though the room itself had been holding its breath. Inside, the walls were lined floor to ceiling with shelves containing leather-bound volumes, each spine marked with dates in the old goblin script. Some books dated back to the founding of Gringotts in 1474. Others predated even that, recovered from earlier goblin establishments, preserving memory across centuries of conflict. Griphook set his torch in a wall sconce and moved to the section marked Goblin-wrought artifacts, disputed ownership. The shelf took up an entire wall. He ran his fingers along the spines until he found what he sought. The Sword of Gryffindor. A comprehensive history. The book was heavier than it looked, bound in dragon hide with silver clasps. Griphook carried it to the reading desk, a simple stone surface worn smooth by generations of goblin scholars, and opened it carefully. The pages crackled with age and preservation spells. The first entry was dated 1012 AD, commissioned by Godric Gryffindor, founder of Hogwarts School. Terms: 100 galleons, plus materials. Master Craftsman, Ragnuk I. Duration: 18 months. Notes: client requested goblin silver with unique properties. Absorbs that which makes it stronger. Unprecedented request. Unprecedented artistry required. Griphook traced the careful script, imagining Ragnuk I at his forge. The heat of enchanted flames. The ring of hammer on silver. The patience required to coax magic into metal, making it something more than mere weapon. Goblin metalwork wasn't simply craftsmanship. It was philosophy made tangible. Every fold of the metal, every rune inscribed along the fuller, represented hours of meditation on the nature of strength, courage, improvement. The sword had been a masterpiece, perhaps the finest work of goblin forging in a generation. And Godric Gryffindor had paid for it, used it, then willed it to his heirs as though he had created it himself. The next entry detailed Ragnuk's formal claim. The sword was commissioned, not purchased. Upon Gryffindor's death, ownership reverts to maker, as per traditional goblin law. Request for return submitted to Gryffindor heirs. Response: denied. The sword was a gift to our ancestor. It remains with the Gryffindor line. A gift. Griphook's jaw tightened. 100 galleons was not gift price. It was commission price. But wizards had never understood the distinction. To them, once payment was made, the object became theirs absolutely. To goblins, true ownership was more complex. The maker's essence remained in the work, a connection that could not be severed by mere transfer of gold. Ragnuk I had tried legal recourse, then negotiation, then direct reclamation, a nighttime retrieval that wizards termed theft. The resulting conflict had sparked riots in Hogsmeade, nearly destroyed the fledgling relationship between Hogwarts and goblin-kind, ended with Ragnuk imprisoned and the sword formally declared property of Hogwarts. Injustice upon injustice, the chronicler had written in the margin. But we endure, we remember. Someday, balance will be restored. Griphook turned pages, watching the sword's history unfold. Godric's grandson had wielded it against the First Goblin Rebellion in 1132, killing 47 goblins. A later Gryffindor had used it to liberate a goblin mine in Wales, claiming mineral rights through right of conquest. The sword that represented goblin artistry at its finest had become a symbol of wizard oppression. Yet the sword itself was blameless. It absorbed that which made it stronger: basilisk venom, dragon blood, the courage of those who wielded it. In a way, the sword was more honest than its owners. It took strength from any source without prejudice. Goblin-made, wizard-wielded, belonging truly to neither and both. Harry Potter had wielded it in the Chamber of Secrets, the records noted, had pulled it from the sorting hat in a moment of desperate need, used it to kill a basilisk, saved Hogwarts from Voldemort's first return. Then Dumbledore had reclaimed it, placed it in his office, treated it as Hogwarts property. When Dumbledore died, the sword should have passed to Potter through wizard inheritance customs. Instead, it had vanished. Snape had tried to give it to Potter. Griphook had seen it at Shell Cottage, impregnated with basilisk venom, the only substance besides fiendfire that could destroy Horcruxes, and Potter had needed it desperately. 3 more Horcruxes remained, including the one hidden in the Lestrange vault. The boy's best friend Ron had destroyed another Horcrux with it. Hermione would have used it on the cup if she'd had the chance. Griphook closed the historical volume and pulled out his own journal, a smaller book he'd been maintaining for the past 28 days. A personal reckoning written in the old tongue so that only goblin eyes could read his thoughts. Question: did Potter betray me? Or did I betray myself? I knew what the sword meant to him, knew it was the only weapon capable of destroying Horcruxes, knew that giving it to me meant losing his only chance to end Voldemort, yet I demanded it anyway. Was this justice or simply revenge, taking from wizards as they have taken from us for centuries? He stared at his own handwriting, uncomfortable with the honesty it demanded. Potter looked at me at Shell Cottage and asked about goblin law, asked why we believed the sword belonged to goblins. I explained about makers' rights, about the connection between craftsman and craft. He listened, actually listened, not with the polite tolerance wizards usually employ, but with genuine interest. So when you make something, Potter had said, it's always partly yours, even after someone buys it? Yes, the buyer owns its use, its benefits, but ownership of essence remains with maker. This is why goblin-made artifacts are superior. We pour ourselves into the work. It is not mere commerce, it is legacy. Potter had nodded slowly, like when I saved Ginny in the chamber, and Dumbledore said I really owned the sword then because I'd shown Gryffindor's courage. Not owned like buying it, but earned it through action. An interesting parallel. Wizard philosophy accidentally brushing against goblin truth. Griphook set down his quill and walked to the far wall, where a locked cabinet held physical artifacts too precious or dangerous for regular storage. He unlocked it with 3 keys and a whispered password, revealing a collection of items recovered from various conflicts. A broken crown that had once belonged to goblin royalty, rings taken from dead goblin warriors, fragments of armor, and in the back, wrapped in cloth that predated Gringotts itself, lay a sword. Not Gryffindor's sword. This was older, cruder, but no less significant. Forged by the first goblins to establish permanent settlements in Britain, used to defend their minds against wizard encroachment in the dark ages before the Statute of Secrecy. The blade was pitted with age, its magic long faded, but it represented something pure. Goblin independence, goblin pride, goblin willingness to fight for what was theirs. Griphook lifted it carefully, feeling its weight. Lighter than Gryffindor's magnificent blade, less perfectly balanced, but honest in its simplicity. This sword had been made by goblins for goblins, used to defend goblin interests, passed down through goblin hands until the last warrior to carry it fell in the 1612 rebellion. Then it had been locked away, kept as memorial rather than weapon, a reminder of what open conflict cost. Griphook had seen the records of that rebellion. 873 goblins dead, thousands more imprisoned, tortured, scattered. Goblin minds collapsed, forges destroyed, families obliterated. The wizards had won through superior numbers and long-range magic, through willingness to use unforgivables without hesitation, through treating goblin life as worthless. And yet some goblins still spoke of that rebellion with pride, had died standing rather than lived kneeling, had forced wizards to acknowledge goblin strength even in defeat. Was that wisdom or waste? Griphook returned the ancient sword to its wrapping, locked the cabinet, and sat again at his desk. The question wouldn't resolve itself, no matter how many times he circled it. Potter had broken his promise. That was fact. But Potter had also destroyed the Horcrux, ended Voldemort's reign, saved countless lives, goblin and wizard alike. That was also fact. Both truths existed simultaneously, refusing to collapse into simple judgment. Perhaps, Griphook wrote slowly, this is what Ragnarok the Elder meant about evolution. The old ways demand I-see-only betrayal. The new ways require I-see complexity. Potter is both promise breaker and hero. The sword is both goblin property and Hogwarts artifact. Truth is both singular and multiple. A soft sound made him look up. Ironfoot stood in the doorway, bearing another message. More ministry. Correspondence? Griphook asked. Worse. A visitor. Ironfoot's expression was carefully neutral. Requesting to speak with you specifically. The guard wanted to deny entry, but she invoked banking client privileges. Technically, she has the right. She? Hermione Granger. Griphook's hand tightened on his quill. The girl who had researched goblin lore, who had been polyjuiced as Bellatrix Lestrange during the break-in, who had argued passionately for house elf rights and Muggleborn protection. The girl who had been tortured in Malfoy Manor and still found strength to fight. Where is she? Consultation room 7. I can have her removed if you wish. Griphook stood, straightening his waistcoat. No, I'll see her. Griphook. Ironfoot hesitated. The council's vote was close. Many still watch you with suspicion. Consorting with Potter's friends might not be politic. The council voted for case-by-case judgment. This is a case I choose to judge. He paused at the door. Besides, I'm curious. What could she possibly want to say to me? The consultation rooms were designed for sensitive discussions, vault access questions, inheritance disputes, matters requiring privacy. Room 7 was small but comfortable by goblin standards, with a stone table, cushioned chairs sized for both goblins and wizards, and enchanted silence that prevented eavesdropping. Hermione Granger stood when he entered, and Griphook was struck by how much older she looked than during the war. Only months had passed, but her face held the weariness of someone who had seen too much. Her bushy hair was pulled back severely, her robes formal ministry grey, but her eyes were the same, sharp, assessing, kind. Griphook, she said, and her voice was steady. Thank you for seeing me. I wasn't certain you would. Client privileges, as you apparently know, guarantee consultation opportunities. He gestured to a chair and took his own seat across the table. Though I suspect you're not here about vault access. No. She sat, folding her hands on the table. I'm here about the sword of Gryffindor. Of course she was. The sword that your friend summoned away at the critical moment, Griphook said carefully, leaving our agreement unfulfilled. What about it? Hermione reached into her robes and withdrew a folder, which she placed on the table between them. I've been researching goblin property law for the Ministry, specifically cases involving goblin-wrought artifacts and wizard claims of ownership. The Sword of Gryffindor features prominently. I imagine it would. I've read Ragnarok the First's original claim, the subsequent denials, the legal precedents established over centuries. She opened the folder, revealing carefully organized parchments. And I believe, based on goblin law properly understood, that your people have legitimate claim to the sword. Griphook stared at her. You're a ministry employee arguing against ministry interests? I'm a ministry employee arguing for justice. Her chin lifted slightly. The ministry's position has historically been that payment constitutes absolute transfer of ownership. But that's wizard law imposed on goblin contracts without consideration of goblin legal philosophy. It's colonial thinking disguised as precedent. Colonial thinking. The term was unfamiliar in this context. Taking a culture's resources and then using your own legal framework to justify the taking. Hermione leaned forward. It's wrong. It's been wrong for centuries. And the new ministry, Kingsley's ministry, wants to do better. Noble sentiments, but the sword is currently in Hogwarts' possession, where it has been for 1,000 years. Pretty words won't change that. No, Hermione agreed. But reparations might, recognition might, a formal acknowledgement that the original taking was unjust, combined with either return of the artifact or substantial compensation, might begin to repair centuries of harm. Griphook studied her face, searching for deception and finding only earnest determination. Why? He asked quietly. Why do you care about goblin grievances? Your world won. The Dark Lord fell. You could simply move forward without examining uncomfortable history. Because Harry taught me something, she said softly. When we were at Shell Cottage, planning the break-in, he talked to you like a person, not a tool, not an obstacle, but someone whose perspective mattered. I watched that, and I realized I'd been doing the same thing with house elves, seeing a cause, not individuals. Harry wasn't perfect about it. He broke his promise to you, and that was wrong. But he tried. He saw you, and then betrayed me. Yes, she didn't flinch from it. He chose destroying the Horcrux over keeping his word. I won't defend that choice as ethical, but I will say it was necessary. 3 more Horcruxes remained. Without the sword, we couldn't have destroyed them. Voldemort would have won. So, necessity justifies betrayal. No, necessity explains betrayal, but explanation isn't justification. Hermione's fingers tightened on the folder. That's why I'm here. Harry knows he wronged you, knows the promise should have been kept. But he was 17, terrified, trying to save the world with incomplete information and impossible choices. He made the decision he thought he had to make. Now I'm trying to make amends he couldn't. Griphook was silent for a long moment. Outside this room, Gringotts continued its eternal rhythm. Gold changing hands, vaults opening and closing, the machinery of commerce that outlasted individual choices. But in here, in this moment, something shifted. Amends, he said finally, are not the same as justice. No, Hermione agreed, but perhaps they're a step toward it. She slid the folder across the table. Inside were proposals, formal recognition of goblin property claims, establishment of a joint wizard-goblin commission to review disputed artifacts, financial compensation for items that could not be returned, educational programs to teach wizard children about goblin legal philosophy. And at the bottom, a personal note in untidy handwriting. I'm sorry. I know this doesn't fix it, but I am sorry. Harry Griphook read everything twice. Then he looked up at Hermione Granger, this young witch who had survived war and come back fighting for justice rather than simply savoring victory. These proposals will face significant opposition, he said. I know. Wizards will claim you're being too generous to non-humans. They've said worse about my advocacy for house elves. Goblins will claim it's too little, Too late. Empty gestures from wizard guilt. Then we'll negotiate. Find middle ground. Make it meaningful. She held his gaze. But we have to start somewhere. And I'd like to start by asking, will you help me? The question hung in the enchanted silence. Griphook thought of the council's vote, 20-20, with the elders' deciding voice. Thought of Harry Potter's strange bravery and stranger betrayal. Thought of the sword of Gryffindor, both symbol of oppression and tool of salvation. Thought of his people's long history of grievance and the longer road towards something different. I'll consider it, he said finally. Present your proposals to the council. Let goblin-kind debate their merit. If we choose to engage, he paused. Then yes, I will help you. Not because of friendship or forgiveness, but because perhaps it's time to try something other than eternal grievance. Hermione's smile was like sunrise, slow, warm, transforming. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. You have no idea how difficult goblins can be in negotiation. I've read the histories. I have some idea. She stood, gathering her folder. The ministry meeting is in 3 days. I hope you'll attend. I will. At the door, she paused. Griphook, for what it's worth, you were right to demand the sword's return. Your claim was legitimate. I'm sorry we couldn't honor it in the moment. And I'm sorry my people couldn't help end Voldemort's reign more openly. Sometimes we all fail our better principles. When she left, Griphook returned to the archives, to his journal, to the careful documentation of a world in transition. He picked up his quill and wrote one final entry for the day. Perhaps debt is more complicated than ledgers suggest. Potter owes me a sword. I owe him a destroyed Horcrux. Wizards owe goblins centuries of justice. Goblins owe wizards acknowledgement of shared world. The accounting may take generations, but at least, finally, we are counting. Outside, the moon waned over London, its light marking time and change in equal measure. The dawn shift at Gringotts began before sunrise, when London still slept, and only the most dedicated or desperate wizards queued at the bronze doors. Griphook had arrived even earlier, slipping through the staff entrance as the enchanted chandeliers flickered to life overhead, their golden light gradually intensifying to mimic natural daylight that never reached these depths. He had not come to work his usual station in the counting houses. Instead, he moved through the bank with a purpose that had kept him awake most of the night, to listen, to understand what his people truly thought about the council's vote, about the ministry's overtures, about the path forward. The marble halls echoed with the first sounds of preparation, cartwheels being oiled, ledgers opened, enchanted quills tested. Griphook made his way to the teller's station, where the youngest goblins typically worked, those still learning the intricate balance of customer service and goblin pride. Nagnok was there, polishing the brass fittings on his station with meticulous care. At barely 40 years old, he was practically a child by goblin standards, but he'd shown unusual initiative during the war, quietly redirecting certain Muggle-born clients to vaults before snatchers could seize their assets, operating within legal bounds but with clear moral intent. Early start, Nagnok observed, without looking up from his polishing. Couldn't sleep, Griphook admitted. Strange dreams about ministry meetings and diplomatic negotiations. Ah, that. Nagnok set down his cloth. The whispers started yesterday. Some say you've been meeting with Harry Potter's friends. Others say the ministry wants goblin consultation. The counting house bets are running 3-1, that you'll somehow end up representing us at negotiating tables. And what do you think about that?" Nagnok was quiet for a moment, his young face thoughtful. "I think the old ways protected us by making us invisible, safe but ignored. The new ways might make us visible, which could mean respect or danger. Hard to say which." "You helped Muggleborns during the war," Griphook said quietly. "That was a form of visibility. That was survival instinct. If Voldemort had won completely, how long before he decided goblins were as expendable as Muggleborns?" Nagnok met Griphook's eyes. "I didn't help them from nobility. I helped them because their persecution was practice for ours." The honesty was refreshing. Griphook had grown tired of grand philosophical speeches. And now I see wizards coming in every day relieved, grateful, ordering new vaults, investing in businesses, rebuilding lives. They're happy the war is over. He paused. But none of them thank goblins. None acknowledge that we could have made their war harder, could have sided with Voldemort for promises of autonomy. We stayed neutral, mostly, and they treat it as natural, expected, as though we had no choice in the matter. Did we? That's the question, isn't it? Nagnok returned to his polishing. The council decided we do have choices. Now we'll see if that was wisdom or foolishness. The bronze doors opened, admitting the first customers of the day. A witch in healer robes, a wizard with a briefcase, two young people holding hands, nervously, probably opening their first joined vault. Normal life, resuming after extraordinary darkness. Griphook moved deeper into the bank, descending to the cart stations where security goblins prepared for the day's vault runs. Here, the atmosphere was different, less philosophical, more practical. These were the goblins who had fought the dragon's escape most directly, who bore scars from magical fire and panicked thrashing. Grook was checking cart mechanisms, his hands moving with practiced efficiency despite the burn marks on his forearms. He'd been on duty during the break-in, had watched helplessly as Imperious Bogrod opened vault after vault, had been stunned by Harry Potter's desperate magic. "Griphook," he acknowledged curtly. "Come to see the damage we're still repairing. Come to see how you're faring." Grook snorted. "I'm alive. Dragons relocated. Could be worse." He gestured to a cart with a twisted axle. "This one took the brunt of the fire. We're salvaging what we can, but goblin metalwork doesn't fail gracefully. When it breaks completely. Like trust," Griphook said quietly. "Exactly like trust." Grook set down his tools. "You know what bothers me most? Not the damage, not even the security breach. It's that Potter looked at me, right at me, while I was trying to stop them, and I saw no malice, just desperation. He stunned me like I was an obstacle, not an enemy. Polite violence, if that makes sense. It does. The Dark Lord's people were never polite. They enjoyed causing pain, relished making us feel inferior. Potter and his friends just needed past us, like we were doors to go through rather than people to defeat." Grook picked up a wrench, turned it over in his hands. "I can't decide if that's better or worse than outright cruelty." "It's different," Griphook offered. "Not necessarily better, just different. The Ministry wants to consult on security improvements," Grook continued. "Sent a formal request yesterday, as though we hadn't kept their gold safe for 5 centuries. As though one breach, committed by their hero, mind you, means we need wizard oversight." His grip on the wrench tightened. "That's what really stings. We're not asked to consult on their security. but they assume they know better than us about ours. Would you go, if asked to the consultation? Gluck looked surprised. Me? I'm cart maintenance, not diplomacy. But you understand the security systems better than most. You know what worked and what failed. That knowledge matters. To goblins, yes. To wizards? Gluck shook his head. They'll smile, nod, thank us for our input, then implement whatever they wanted originally. I've seen it before. Every few decades, some ministry official decides to improve relations with a consultation that changes nothing. Maybe, Griphook acknowledged, or maybe this time is different. Voldemort's defeat wasn't just military, it was ideological. The idea that pure blood supremacy matters, that might makes right, that some beings are inherently superior. That ideology lost. Perhaps new ideas can win too. Pretty words for someone who paid 40,000 galleons for believing them. The observation landed like a physical blow. Griphook had no response that didn't sound defensive, so he simply nodded. Fair point. Gluck's expression softened slightly. Look, I don't envy you the choice you made. Don't envy the consequences either. But I respect that you made a choice. Acted instead of just enduring. That counts for something. He paused. If you do end up at this ministry consultation, and if you think cart security perspective would help, I'll come. Not because I trust wizards, because I trust that you'll actually listen. Thank you. Griphook continued his circuit through Gringotts, each conversation revealing another facet of goblin opinion. In the counting houses, older goblins expressed skepticism about any real change. They'd seen too many false dawns, too many promises that evaporated like morning fog. In the record rooms, archivists debated whether documenting new wizard-goblin interactions would simply provide more evidence of future betrayals, or whether recording cooperation might create precedent for continued progress. He found himself in the kitchens, a part of Gringotts most goblins rarely visited, where house elves prepared meals for the staff dining area. But goblins worked here too, overseeing supplies, managing budgets, ensuring quality. Grimda was tallying inventory, her aged face lined with centuries of meticulous service. Griphook, she said, without looking up from her counting. I heard you're becoming quite the political figure. Never thought I'd see the day. Neither did I. Sit. You look like you need tea, and I need a break from counting mushrooms. She gestured to a small table in the corner, away from the house elves' busy preparations. What brings you to the kitchens? Surely not mushroom inventory. Listening, learning what my people think. Grimda poured tea from a pot that had been warming on the stove, strong, bitter goblin blend that wizards found unpalatable. And what have you learned? That opinions are as varied as the gold in our vaults. Some want to retreat further into tradition. Others want to charge forward into new relationships. Most are somewhere between, uncertain and waiting. That's because certainty is luxury, Grimda said, sipping her tea. Easy to be certain when you're not the one making choices that affect thousands. Harder when you realize every decision creates consequences that ripple outward. She set down her cup. You want to know what I think? I think we've been having the wrong conversation. How so? We keep asking, should we engage with wizards or remain apart? As though it's binary. As though we're not already engaged every day in thousands of interactions. Every vault opened, every transaction processed, every piece of goblin silver purchased. These are engagements. We're not separate from wizard society. We're interwoven with it, however much we pretend otherwise. Griphook considered this. Then what's the right question? What terms do we engage on? Do we accept the relationship as it's been? Goblins providing services, wizards providing payment, both pretending that's the whole story. Or do we acknowledge the power imbalance, the historical grievances, the need for genuine respect rather than transactional courtesy? The council voted for case-by-case judgment, for evolution. By one vote, Grimda reminded him, with half the assembly uncertain and the other half split between hope and fear. That's not mandate. It's permission to try. Very different things. She refilled both their cups. I've worked in these kitchens for 200 years, seen a lot of goblins come through, a lot of political changes upstairs. You know what I've learned? Real change doesn't come from councils or votes. It comes from daily choices, from individual goblins deciding how to treat individual wizards, and vice versa. That sounds dangerously like putting responsibility on individuals rather than systems. Both matter, Grimda countered. Systems create possibilities. Individuals make them real. Your break-in with Potter, that was individual action that forced systemic response. Now the council's vote creates systemic possibility that requires individual follow-through. The question isn't whether you attend the ministry meeting. It's whether your attendance creates space for other goblins to engage differently, or just makes you a token they point to while changing nothing. The observation stung because it was accurate. Griphook could see the ministry using him as evidence of goblin consultation while ignoring goblin perspective. Could see himself becoming the acceptable goblin face of wizard policy. How do I prevent that? Bring others. Insist on it. 1 goblin at a ministry table is a token. 5 goblins is a delegation. 10 is a negotiating block. Grimda smiled slightly. And make them uncomfortable. Wizards are used to goblins being deferential in public, saving our opinions for private spaces. Be professionally blunt instead. They'll respect it more than they'd ever admit. A house elf approached timidly, holding a clipboard. Begging pardon, Mistress Grimda, but the mushroom delivery is here and needs verification. Thank you, Nipsey. I'll be there in a moment. Grimda stood, then paused. One more thing, Griphook. You've been walking around all morning, listening to opinions. But you haven't shared your own. What do you think should happen? The question surprised him with its directness. Griphook thought of Hermione's proposals, of Grook's skepticism, of Nagnok's cautious hope, of the ancient sword in the archives representing centuries of grievance. I think, he said slowly, that we've earned the right to be angry. Centuries of broken promises, stolen artifacts, casual disrespect. That anger is justified, and I won't apologize for it. He met Grimda's eyes. But I also think anger alone doesn't build anything. It just maintains walls. And maybe it's time to see if we can build something different. Not forgetting history, but not being imprisoned by it either. Grimda nodded slowly. That's the hardest path. Easier to cling to rage or pretend to forgiveness. Harder to hold both, to remember wrong while attempting right. She collected her inventory sheets. Good luck at your ministry meeting. And remember, you're not going as supplicant or token. You're going as goblin representative. Act like it. She left to deal with mushroom deliveries, and Griphook sat alone with his cooling tea, thinking about representation and responsibility. His circuit continued through the afternoon. He spoke with vault archivists who maintained the detailed records of every deposit and withdrawal. Some expressed interest in cross-referencing with ministry records to identify artifacts with disputed provenance. He met with junior accountants who saw opportunity in expanded wizard-goblin commerce if only old prejudices could be dismantled. He encountered traditionalists who viewed any engagement as capitulation, their faces hard with conviction that neutrality was the only honourable path. By evening, when the bank closed to public traffic and only staff remained, Griphook found himself in the Great Hall, the space where goblin employees gathered for shift changes, announcements, and informal community. Several dozen goblins were present, some eating dinner from the kitchens, others preparing for night shifts in the deep vaults. Ironfoot spotted him and made his way over, carrying 2 bowls of stew. "You've been walking for hours. Eat." Griphook accepted the bowl gratefully. The stew was thick with root vegetables and dark mushrooms, seasoned with herbs that grew only in the deepest parts of the forbidden forest. Goblin food for goblin constitutions. "So," Ironfoot said quietly, "did your listening tour tell you what you needed to know?" "It told me there's no consensus, no clear answer waiting to be discovered. And maybe that's the point. Maybe the question isn't, what should goblins do? But what should I do with the opportunity I've been given?" Griphook set down his spoon. "The ministry meeting is tomorrow. Hermione Granger suggested I come. The council's vote gives me permission to go. But showing up alone accomplishes nothing except making me complicit in whatever the ministry decides. So don't go alone," Ironfoot said simply. "You'd come? Someone needs to keep you from agreeing to something foolish." Ironfoot's expression was wry. "Besides, my father died under Imperious curse during the break-in. I have some thoughts about security improvements that don't involve treating goblins like incompetent guards." Grook mentioned he'd come if asked. Bring security perspective. And Nagnog would probably volunteer. He's young enough to think change is possible, old enough to understand complexity. Ironfoot considered. That's 4 perspectives: vault operations, security, customer relations, and your historical knowledge. Better than one voice alone. Around them, other goblins were listening without appearing to. Griphook recognized the pattern. Goblin curiosity was rarely direct, but always present. Information flowed through Gringotts like water through stone, finding cracks and crevices, pooling in unexpected places. "The ministry expects 1 goblin consultant," Griphook said, pitching his voice to carry slightly. "We could show up with 4, force them to accommodate actual delegation rather than token representation." "Presumptuous," someone muttered from across the hall. "Necessary," Grook's voice countered. He'd entered the great hall unnoticed, still wearing his work clothes stained with cart grease. "If we're going to engage, let's engage honestly. Not as individuals they can dismiss, but as delegation they must respect." Slowly, other goblins began to speak, sharing opinions, raising concerns, suggesting perspectives that should be represented. By the time the conversation wound down, 8 goblins had volunteered to attend the ministry consultation, a proper delegation representing different aspects of Gringotts' operations. Griphook felt something shift in his chest. Not quite hope, too fragile for that, but possibility. The sense that perhaps he wasn't alone in wanting to try something different. "Tomorrow morning, then," he said. "We meet at the staff entrance at 8 o'clock. Dress formally. This is official representation. Bring documentation of security measures, customer interaction protocols, vault management procedures. We go prepared." "And if they refuse to hear 8 goblins?" someone asked. "Then we walk out," Grook said firmly, "and they can improve their security without us." Agreements murmured through the hall. Plans solidified. And for the first time since the council's narrow vote, Griphook felt like the path forward might actually lead somewhere meaningful, rather than simply nowhere different. He stayed late in the Great Hall, long after most had departed for evening shifts or homes. The marble halls of Gringotts settled into their nighttime rhythm, quieter but never silent, with the constant background hum of magic and metal that defined this place. Tomorrow, he would walk into the Ministry of Magic not as supplicant or token, but as goblin representative, not alone, but with delegation, not seeking permission, but demanding respect. It wouldn't solve centuries of grievance, wouldn't erase Harry Potter's broken promise or return the sword of Gryffindor to its rightful makers. But it might be a beginning. And sometimes, Griphook thought, as he finally made his way to his quarters, beginnings were enough. The ancient ledgers could record this moment. Future goblins could judge whether it led to wisdom or folly. For now, it was simply the next step forward. The Ministry of Magic's atrium was designed to impress, and it succeeded. Even Griphook, who had seen the deepest vaults of Gringotts and the most ancient goblin halls, felt a moment's pause as they entered through the visitors' entrance. The morning light streamed through high windows, catching the golden symbols inlaid in the polished floor. A new fountain dominated the center. Not the old fountain of magical brethren with its problematic imagery, but something simpler. Water flowing upward in defiance of gravity, splitting into streams that wove together before falling. A metaphor too obvious to miss. 8 goblins in formal dress robes drew stairs. Wizards and witches hurrying to various departments slowed, their expressions ranging from curiosity to discomfort. Griphook kept his spine straight, his face neutral. Beside him, Ironfoot maintained similar composure, though his fingers drummed once against his thigh, that nervous habit surfacing despite his best efforts. "Level 2, Grook murmured, reading the directory. "Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Conference Room C." They took the lifts in deliberate formation, 8 goblins occupying space usually reserved for a dozen wizards. The witch operating the lift, young with nervous hands, called out floors in a voice pitched slightly too high. When they exited at level 2, Griphook heard her exhale with relief. "They're frightened," Nagnok observed quietly. "Not of us specifically, of change." "Change is frightening," Griphook replied. "Even necessary change." Conference Room C was larger than expected, with a long table of dark wood and chairs that looked recently conjured to accommodate additional bodies. At the head of the table sat Kingsley Shacklebolt, the new Minister for Magic, his presence commanding without effort. Beside him, Hermione Granger reviewed parchments, her quill moving rapidly. Several other witches and wizards occupied seats. Some Griphook recognized from Wizengamot proceedings. Others were strangers bearing the careful expressions of career bureaucrats. Shacklebolt stood as they entered, and the other wizards followed his lead. A small courtesy, but one Griphook noted. "Griphook," the minister said, his deep voice warm, "thank you for coming. And you've brought colleagues. Excellent. A delegation, Griphook corrected gently. We believed substantive consultation required multiple perspectives. I am Griphook, formerly of Vault Security, currently in documentation and historical records. May I introduce my colleagues? He went around. Ironfoot, whose father had died under Imperius during the break-in. Grook, head of cart maintenance and security systems. Nagnog, customer relations and Muggleborn account management. 3 others from archives, accounting and vault operations. Each goblin's role and expertise presented formally. Of course, Shacklebolt said smoothly, though Griphook saw the flicker of adjustment in his eyes. Please, be seated. We're grateful for Gringotts' cooperation in this matter. The goblins took seats on one side of the table, facing the ministry representatives. The physical arrangement, them versus us, was not lost on anyone. Hermione began with prepared remarks about security improvements, wizard-goblin cooperation, the importance of learning from recent events. Her words were careful, diplomatic, and almost entirely abstract. She spoke of mutual benefit and enhanced protocols without addressing the fundamental issue of power and respect. Grook interrupted politely but firmly. With respect, Miss Granger, you're discussing security improvements to a system that has functioned for 5 centuries. The breach occurred not because our security was inadequate, but because your people, your hero specifically, needed access desperately enough to employ Imperius Curse, Polyjuice Disguise, and Dragon Release. No security system can defend against users willing to employ any means necessary. Silence fell across the table. Several ministry officials stiffened at the bluntness. Shacklebolt leaned forward slightly. A fair point. Perhaps we should address the context of that breach more directly. The Horcrux, hidden in the Lestrange vault, represented an existential threat. Harry Potter and his companions believed correctly that destroying it was essential to defeating Voldemort. Does that context matter? It explains the breach, Griphook said, but explanation is not justification. The question is whether the Ministry will use this incident as pretext to impose oversight on goblin operations, or whether you recognize that the breach resulted from extraordinary circumstances requiring extraordinary response. We're not here to impose oversight, Hermione said quickly. We're here to explore partnership, ways that wizards and goblins can work together more effectively. Partnership implies equality, Ironfoot observed. Yet goblins are not permitted wands, cannot hold positions in the ministry, have no representation in the Wizengamot, are classified legally as beings rather than persons in certain statutes. How do you partner with those you've systematically restricted and excluded? The discomfort around the table intensified. One official, a wizard with silver hair and expensive robes, cleared his throat. Those are long-standing policies with complex historical justifications. We can hardly overturn centuries of magical law in a single meeting. No, Griphook agreed, but you can acknowledge them. Recognize that partnership between unequal parties is simply nicer language for the same power dynamic. Unless you're willing to address structural inequalities, this consultation is performance, not progress. Shacklebolt's expression remained thoughtful rather than defensive. You're right that we cannot solve everything today, but we can begin. Let me ask directly, what would meaningful progress look like to Gringotts, to goblin-kind more broadly? The question hung in the air. Griphook felt the weight of his delegation's attention, the centuries of grievance they represented, the narrow hope that this time might genuinely be different. "Recognition," he said finally. Formal ministry acknowledgement that goblin-made artifacts retain connection to their makers under goblin law. You need not agree with our legal philosophy, but recognize its validity within goblin culture. Establish a joint commission to review cases of disputed ownership, not to automatically return items, but to genuinely evaluate claims rather than dismissing them with wizard legal precedent. Representation, Ironfoot added. Not token consultation when convenient, but actual goblin presence in ministry decision-making processes that affect us. If you pass laws regulating Gringotts or goblin commerce, we should have voice in those discussions. Education, Nagnok said, his young voice steady. Hogwarts teaches wizard history, wizard magic, wizard perspectives. Perhaps it's time to include other histories. Let young wizards learn about the goblin rebellions from goblin perspective. Understand why we view wand bans and property laws as oppressive rather than reasonable. Around the table, ministry officials exchanged glances. Some looked uncomfortable, others thoughtful. Hermione was writing rapidly, her quill scratching across parchment. "These are substantial requests," the silver-haired official said carefully. "Changing educational curricula, establishing new commissions, acknowledging non-wizard legal frameworks. The political will required would be significant, because it's easier to maintain comfortable injustice than uncomfortable progress," Grook said flatly. "We understand political difficulty, believe me, but don't ask us to celebrate small gestures while fundamental issues remain unaddressed." Shacklebolt raised a hand slightly, forestalling response. "Let's approach this differently. Rather than debating what's politically feasible, let's discuss what's morally right. If we could wave a wand," he smiled slightly at the phrase, "and create ideal wizard-goblin relations, what would that look like?" Griphook appreciated the reframing, though he wondered if it was genuine inquiry or skilled deflection. "Mutual respect without assimilation," he said. "Goblins and wizards operating as separate cultures that interact through negotiated agreements rather than imposed hierarchy. Recognition that goblin magic, goblin craftsmanship, goblin philosophy have inherent value not measured by wizard standards. Space for disagreement without one side having unilateral power to enforce their position." "That sounds like independence," the silver-haired official observed, "which raises questions about Gringotts' role in the wizarding economy, the gold standard, financial regulations. Are you saying you'll only respect goblins if we remain economically subordinate?" Ironfoot's voice sharpened. "That mutual respect is contingent on our continued utility?" "I'm saying that complex systems have interdependencies," the official replied stiffly. "Untangling them requires more than idealistic declarations." The conversation was deteriorating. Griphook could feel the familiar pattern. Initial optimism colliding with structural resistance, good intentions foundering on practical complications. This was how progress died, not through outright rejection, but through endless deferral to complexity. Hermione intervened, her voice cutting through rising tension. "Perhaps we're approaching this too broadly. Let me propose something specific. The Sword of Gryffindor. Griphook, your people claim rightful ownership under goblin law. Hogwarts claims it under wizard inheritance custom. This is precisely the kind of dispute a joint commission could address. Would you be willing to use the sword as test case for a new process? Griphook's breath caught. The sword, symbol of every grievance, every broken promise, every century of frustrated justice. Using it as test case meant risking another denial, another pain. But it also meant forcing the issue, demanding wizards actually engage with goblin legal philosophy rather than dismissing it. Yes, he said carefully, with conditions. The commission must include equal goblin and wizard representation, must evaluate the case using both legal frameworks, not privileging one over the other, must issue public findings regardless of conclusion. And most importantly, he leaned forward, must establish precedent applicable to other cases. This cannot be exception we point to while changing nothing else. Agreed, Shacklebolt said, before anyone else could object. I'll establish the commission by executive order if necessary. Equal representation, dual legal frameworks, public findings, precedent-setting authority. Miss Granger will chair it if she's willing. Hermione nodded, her expression carefully neutral, but eyes bright. Now, Shacklebolt continued, let's discuss security consultation. Not oversight, consultation. Gringotts security expertise applied to ministry facilities, sharing knowledge that benefits both institutions. We have gold at Gringotts. You have dangerous artifacts in the Department of Mysteries. Perhaps there's wisdom in learning from each other's protection methods. The meeting continued for 3 more hours. They discussed specifics, quarterly consultations between Ministry and Gringotts leadership, educational materials about goblin history for Hogwarts consideration, review of employment restrictions preventing goblins from certain positions. Not everything Griphook wanted, not fundamental restructuring of power, but concrete steps, documented agreements, ministry officials' signatures on parchment that couldn't be easily dismissed later. When they finally emerged from conference room C, the afternoon sun streamed through the atrium windows. Griphook felt exhausted in ways that had nothing to do with physical tiredness. The weight of representing his people, of negotiating space between principle and pragmatism, of hoping and doubting simultaneously, it settled on his shoulders like ancient armor. That went better than expected, Nagnok said quietly as they waited for the lift. Or exactly as well as they planned, Grook countered. Give us enough to feel heard, nothing that threatens real power structures. Classic bureaucratic compromise. Maybe, Ironfoot acknowledged. But they signed documents, established timelines. If they fail to follow through, we have evidence. That's more than we've had before. Griphook listened to his delegation debate outcomes. Each perspective valid, none entirely satisfying. This was the price of engagement. No clear victories, only complicated progress that required constant vigilance. Back at Gringotts, word of the meeting had spread. Goblins stopped them in corridors, asking questions, demanding details. Some were pleased by the agreements reached. Others dismissed them as insufficient. A few accused the delegation of capitulation, of accepting crumbs from wizard tables. That evening, Griphook returned to the archives, to the book about the Sword of Gryffindor. He opened to the last entry, his own note from weeks before about debt and complexity. Now, he added, the Commission will review the sword's ownership. We may lose, probably will lose, given wizard majority and political pressure. But we will be heard. Our legal philosophy will be examined rather than dismissed. That is not justice, but it is acknowledgement. And perhaps acknowledgement is where justice begins. The price of pride is steep. We could have maintained our grievances, nursed our anger, stayed separate and safe. Instead, we chose engagement. Messy, frustrating, uncertain engagement. History will judge whether that was courage or folly. But at least we chose. And choice, however difficult, is its own form of freedom. He closed the book gently, extinguished his lamp, and sat in the darkness of the archives. Around him, centuries of goblin history breathed in leather bindings and careful ink, the weight of the past, pressing forward into an uncertain future. Tomorrow, the work would continue. Negotiations, consultations, the slow grinding effort of changing minds and systems. Tonight, Griphook simply sat with the complexity of it all, neither triumphant nor defeated, simply present, simply trying. And perhaps, he thought, as exhaustion finally pulled him toward rest, that would have to be enough. The Commission's first meeting was scheduled for the full moon, a detail Hermione had suggested, recognizing its significance in goblin tradition. Griphook appreciated the gesture, even as he understood it was precisely that, a gesture. Wizards measuring time by goblin custom changed nothing structural, but it acknowledged difference. Small victories, he had learned, were still victories. He arrived early at the designated meeting place. Not the Ministry, but Hogwarts. Neutral ground, Shacklebolt had proposed, and the choice carried layers of meaning. The castle where Godric Gryffindor had taught, where the sword had lived for centuries, where the war had finally ended. History pressed close in these stones. The meeting room was in a corridor Griphook had never seen during his previous visits to Hogwarts. Not the dungeons where the Carrows had ruled with cruelty, not the great hall where battles had raged, but a quieter space near the library. Portraits lined the walls, their occupants watching with open curiosity as Griphook entered. A goblin in Hogwarts for official business, one portrait. A wizard in medieval robes murmured, "Haven't seen that in 3 centuries. Then perhaps you've lived too long without seeing it," Griphook replied mildly. The portrait chuckled. "Perhaps we all have." The room itself was arranged carefully. A round table, no head position, 8 chairs already present. 4 for goblins, 4 for wizards. Hermione had clearly learned from their ministry meeting. No more visual hierarchy, no more them versus us setup. Ironfoot arrived next, carrying a leather case filled with documentation. "Ragnok the Elder sent records from our archives," he said, setting the case on the table. "Every transaction, every communication, every legal filing regarding the sword dating back to Ragnok I. If we're going to argue goblin law, we need goblin evidence. Will they accept it? Will they have choice? These are primary sources, predating most wizard records. Denying their validity would be denying history itself." Ironfoot's smile was sharp. Of course, wizards have denied inconvenient history before. The other goblin commissioners arrived. Kralak, representing the Goblin Liaison Office that had been established in the aftermath of the war, and Bogrod's daughter, Bramak, who had specifically requested to serve, calling it honoring her father's memory. 4 goblins who would argue centuries of grievance with careful documentation and controlled passion. The wizard commissioners entered together. Hermione Granger, chair of the commission, Kingsley Shacklebolt himself, which surprised Griphook. Ministers rarely served on subcommittees. Professor McGonagall, now head mistress of Hogwarts, her tartan robes crisp and her expression unreadable. And unexpectedly, Harry Potter. Griphook's breath caught. He hadn't seen Potter since Shell Cottage, since the moment of betrayal and dragon flight and desperate survival. The boy looked older now, still young, barely 18, but carrying weight in his eyes that aging alone couldn't explain. War did that, changed people in ways that time couldn't measure. Potter met his gaze directly, no flinching, no false cheer. "Griphook," he said quietly, "thank you for being here." "Where else would I be?" Griphook replied, keeping his voice level. "We're discussing my people's property." "Your property," Potter acknowledged. "I know." They took their seats, the round table forcing equality of position, if not power. Hermione opened a folder, her movements precise. This commission was established to review the ownership dispute regarding the Sword of Gryffindor, using both wizard and goblin legal frameworks to reach a conclusion. Our findings will be made public and will establish precedent for future cases involving goblin-made artifacts. Does everyone understand and agree to these terms? Nods around the table. Griphook noted how carefully Hermione had phrased it. Not resolve, but review. Not determine rightful owner, but reach a conclusion. Diplomatic language that promised outcome without specifying which. "Let's begin with history," McGonagall said, her Scottish accent clipped with professorial authority. The sword was commissioned by Godric Gryffindor in 1012 AD from the goblin Ragnak I. Payment was rendered. 100 galleons, substantial sum for the era. The sword was delivered, used by Gryffindor until his death, and passed to Hogwarts as part of his bequest. These facts are undisputed. "The facts are correct," Ironfoot said. "The interpretation is not. You say payment rendered, as though that transfers absolute ownership. Goblin law recognizes no such transfer. The maker retains spiritual and legal connection to their work. Payment grants usage rights, not ownership of essence. That's a distinction without practical difference," Shacklebolt observed. "If usage rights are permanent and transferable, how does that differ from ownership?" "Because essence matters," Gralek said, her voice sharp with old pain. "When wizards display goblin-made items as trophies, when they parade our craftsmanship as proof of their wealth, they divorce the work from the maker. They erase us. Ownership of essence means acknowledging that every goblin-made object carries its creator's legacy. That legacy cannot be bought or sold, only honored or dishonored. Philosophy, not law," McGonagall said, but not unkindly. "Philosophy is law in goblin culture," Griphook countered. "You cannot separate them without doing violence to both. When Ragnak I forged that sword, he poured 18 months of work into it. Not just labor, work. The distinction is crucial. He meditated on the nature of courage while heating the silver, inscribed runes along the fuller that speak to the sword's purpose, created enchantments that allow it to absorb that which makes it stronger. Every fold of the metal, every tempering process carried intention and meaning." He leaned forward, willing them to understand. "That sword is not merely object. It is Ragnar's legacy, his philosophy of strength made tangible. When it kills goblins and rebellions, when it's used to justify wizard superiority, when it sits in a case as decoration, each use dishonors not just the sword, but the goblin who created it. That's why ownership matters. Not for property rights in your sense, but for honoring the relationship between maker and made. Potter had been listening intently, his green eyes tracking each speaker. Now he spoke, his voice quiet but carrying. When I pulled the sword from the sorting hat in the Chamber of Secrets, I didn't know any of this. I just needed a weapon. But afterward, Dumbledore told me I'd shown true Gryffindor courage, and the sword came to me because of that. He said— Potter paused, choosing words carefully. He said the sword appears to worthy Gryffindors in their time of need, that it judges courage and responds to it. The sword judges nothing, Brahmak said flatly. That's wizard mythology layered over goblin magic. The enchantment allows the sword to absorb strengthening properties. Basilisk venom, for instance. It doesn't evaluate moral worth. It simply is, doing what Ragnar designed it to do. But it does come when called by certain people, Hermione interjected. Harry wasn't the only one. Godric Gryffindor himself, presumably. The sword has appeared in moments of desperate need throughout history. That suggests some form of sentience or judgment, doesn't it? Or it suggests retrieval magic tied to specific bloodlines or qualities, Ironfoot countered, which Ragnuk may have designed at Gryffindor's request. We don't know the original commission specifications. Those records were lost when the first Gringotts burned in 1289. But responding to summons doesn't equal moral judgment. It equals sophisticated enchantment. The debate continued, circling through history and philosophy, lore and legend. Griphook watched Potter throughout, seeing the younger wizard wrestle with complexity. This was different from the moral clarity of war, where Voldemort's evil made choices simple. This was the messier territory of competing rights, where both sides held legitimate claims. Finally, Shacklebolt raised a hand. Perhaps we're asking the wrong question. Instead of, who owns the sword? We should ask, how can ownership be shared in ways that honor both goblin and wizard interests? You cannot share essence, Gralek said immediately. But you can share custody, the minister replied. The sword remains at Hogwarts, where it serves its protective function, appearing to worthy individuals in crisis. But Hogwarts acknowledges goblin creation, honors Ragnuk's legacy, perhaps even allows goblin access for ceremonial purposes or maintenance. The sword serves wizard needs while respecting goblin heritage. Compromise, Grook said, and the word tasted bitter. Always compromise. Never actual justice, never true recognition, just compromise. Is compromise not itself a form of justice? McGonagall asked. When both sides surrender absolutism for practical coexistence. When one side has power and the other doesn't, Brahmak replied. Compromise usually means the powerless surrendering their claims in exchange for symbolic gestures. That's not justice. That's managed defeat. Silence fell across the table. The portraits on the walls had gone quiet, watching history unfold. Outside the windows, Griphook could see the forbidden forest in twilight, its ancient trees standing witness to centuries of conflict and occasional peace. Potter broke the silence. I broke my promise to you. He looked directly at Griphook, no evasion in his gaze. At Shell Cottage, I agreed to give you the sword in exchange for your help. Then I summoned it away when we escaped. That was wrong. I knew it was wrong even as I did it. But I also knew that 3 more Horcruxes existed, and without that sword, I couldn't destroy them. I chose to break my word because I thought the alternative was letting Voldemort win. So you made calculation. Griphook said quietly. One broken promise against the fate of the world. Easy math. No, it wasn't easy at all. Potter's voice roughened. I hated doing it, hated what it made me. But I did it anyway, because sometimes there are no good choices, only necessary ones. And now, Griphook asked, now that Voldemort is dead, now that the crisis has passed, does necessity still justify what you did? Potter was quiet for a long moment. No, he said finally. Necessity explained it, doesn't justify it. You were owed the sword by our agreement. That debt exists regardless of why I broke it. So I'm here to say, if this commission decides the sword belongs to Gringotts, belongs to goblin-kind, I will personally ensure it's returned. I'll argue for it. I'll fight for it. Because whether or not taking it was necessary, giving it back is right. The statement hung in the air like sword swing, clean and sharp. Hermione pulled out a fresh parchment. Let me propose formal terms. The commission acknowledges that the sword of Gryffindor was created by the goblin Ragnarok I, and that under goblin law, makers' rights persist beyond initial transaction. We recognize the legitimacy of goblin legal philosophy regarding crafted objects, while also noting wizard customs of inheritance and property transfer. Given these competing frameworks, we propose the following resolution. She outlined it carefully. The sword would be declared joint cultural heritage, belonging to both goblin-kind and Hogwarts. It would remain at the castle, but with formal goblin oversight. A rotating position where a goblin representative would be stationed at Hogwarts, responsible for the sword's maintenance and ceremonial care. During goblin holidays or significant cultural events, the sword could be displayed at Gringotts. A plaque would be installed acknowledging Ragnarok's creation and explaining goblin legal philosophy regarding makers' rights. And most significantly, this framework would establish precedent. Other goblin-made artifacts could be reviewed under similar dual ownership models. It's not return, Hermione said quietly. I know that's what goblin law demands, but it's recognition. Public, formal, enforceable recognition that goblin claims have validity and deserve institutional acknowledgement. Griphook looked at his fellow goblin commissioners. Ironfoot's expression was thoughtful, Greylock's skeptical but not dismissive, Bramac's calculating, weighing symbolic victory against actual justice. I want to hear from the sword's maker, Bramac said suddenly, or the closest we can get. Are there any portraits of Ragnarok I? Any way to understand what he would have wanted? There's a statue, McGonagall said slowly, in the castle's foundation, in the original builders section. Gryffindor commissioned it after the sword was completed, honoring Ragnarok's work. I can show you. They descended through Hogwarts depths, past the dungeons, past storage rooms and forgotten corridors, until they reached a section so old the stones themselves seemed to remember earlier ages. And there, in an alcove illuminated by ever-burning torches, stood a statue of a goblin with a hammer raised, frozen in the act of creation. A plaque beneath, written in both gobbledygook and ancient English, read, Ragnarok I, Master Smith, creator of the Sword of Gryffindor. May his craft endure when flesh has faded. Gryffindor commissioned this, Griphook said softly, reading the inscription. Honored the maker. Understood, at least partially, that the sword's value came from Ragnarok's skill, not just the silver it contained. Perhaps, Potter said quietly, Gryffindor understood better than his descendants. Perhaps he knew that true strength comes from honoring those who help you achieve it. They stood in silence before the statue, 8 commissioners from 2 cultures, trying to bridge 1,000 years of grievance with imperfect tools of compromise and recognition. Finally, Griphook spoke. I will recommend the Commission's terms to the Goblin Council, with one addition. The Goblin representative stationed at Hogwarts will also teach a course, History of Goblin Craftsmanship and Legal Philosophy. Let young wizards learn from Goblin perspective. Let them understand what they've been missing. Agreed, McGonagall said immediately. The position can be established by next term. They returned to the meeting room, finalized the language, signed the documents. Not perfect justice, not true return of goblin property, but acknowledgement, precedent, institutional change that might lead to something better. As they filed out, Potter stopped Griphook. I know this doesn't erase what I did, the broken promise, the betrayal, but I want you to know. I learned from it, about the cost of necessary choices, about how easy it is to rationalize harm when you believe your cause is righteous. Those are valuable lessons, Griphook acknowledged. Painful, but valuable. Will we? Potter hesitated. Will we ever be able to move past it? Not forget, but move past? Griphook considered the question, thought of the statue in the depths, of Ragnar honored by Gryffindor, of complexity and compromise, and the slow work of building something better than what came before. Ask me again in a few years, he said finally. After the precedent is established, after the Goblin representative teaches their first class, after we see whether these words on parchment translate into actual change, then perhaps we'll know whether past can be moved past, or if it simply continues forward in new forms. Potter nodded, accepting the uncertainty. Fair enough. The full moon rose over Hogwarts as Griphook made his way back to Gringotts through the Floo network. The ledgers would record today's decision. Future goblins would debate whether it represented progress or capitulation. But tonight, Griphook felt something he hadn't expected. Hope. Fragile, conditional, requiring constant vigilance, but hope nonetheless. The path forward remained unclear, but at least, finally, it was a path. 6 months had passed since the Commission's decision, and Gringotts had settled into a rhythm that felt both familiar and strange. The marble halls still echoed with the sound of commerce. Carts still descended into darkness. Gold still changed hands with the precision that had defined goblin banking for centuries. But something fundamental had shifted, not in the architecture or the procedures, but in the air itself. The weight of possibility, where once only the weight of history had pressed. Griphook stood in his office, a small space he'd been granted after his promotion to Director of Wizard-Goblin Relations, a position that hadn't existed 6 months ago, reviewing the morning's correspondence. 3 letters from the Ministry requesting consultation on curse-breaking procedures for confiscated dark artifacts. 2 invitations to speak at wizarding institutions about goblin legal philosophy. 1 thick envelope from Hogwarts, sealed with the castle's crest. He opened the Hogwarts letter first. Inside, written in McGonagall's precise script, Dear Griphook, I write to inform you that the position of Goblin Cultural Representative and Instructor has been filled. Ironfoot has accepted the post and will begin teaching Foundations of Goblin Heritage to 3rd years starting next term. His syllabus has been approved, and I must say, His section on the philosophical underpinnings of goblin craftsmanship promises to challenge many assumptions our students hold. Additionally, the installation ceremony for the Sword of Gryffindor's new display is scheduled for the autumn equinox. We hope you and other representatives from Gringotts will attend. The plaque has been completed per the Commission's specifications. I believe Ragnarok I would find it adequate, if not precisely what he would have wanted. The portrait of Headmaster Dippet wishes me to convey that he's observed an interesting phenomenon. Students have begun visiting Ragnarok's statue voluntarily, leaving small tokens of respect. Yesterday, a Hufflepuff third year left a poorly made hammer with a note. Thank you for teaching us that making things matters. Small gestures, perhaps, but meaningful ones. With respect, Minerva McGonagall, Headmistress Griphook, read the letter twice, then set it carefully on his desk. Ironfoot at Hogwarts, teaching young wizards about goblin culture, creating space for understanding that hadn't existed in a millennium. It wasn't revolution, but it was evolution, which might prove more durable. A knock at his door interrupted his thoughts. Nagnok entered, carrying a ledger and wearing the expression of someone with complicated news. The quarterly financial review is complete, he said, settling into a chair without waiting for invitation. A casualness that still startled Griphook, but which he was learning to appreciate. Overall deposits are up 18% compared to last year. Muggle-born accounts have increased significantly. Several are citing improved cultural sensitivity as their reason for choosing Gringotts over other institutions. Apparently, there's been discussion of establishing a wizard-run bank, alternative to Gringotts. Nothing concrete yet, but the rumors exist. Nagnok's expression was neutral. Some wizards are uncomfortable with our new visibility, preferred when we were reliable but invisible. Let them be uncomfortable, Griphook said. We've been uncomfortable for centuries. Their turn to adapt. Agreed, but there's a political dimension. The Daily Prophet ran an editorial last week, questioning whether goblins should be influencing magical education through Ironfoot's appointment. Lots of language about traditional values and appropriate boundaries. We knew there would be resistance. Knowing doesn't make it less exhausting. Nagnok set down the ledger. Sometimes I wonder if we traded one form of oppression for another. Instead of being ignored, we're now hyper-visible. Every action scrutinized and debated. Every mistake amplified. Every success questioned. That's the price of engagement, Griphook acknowledged. When we were neutral and invisible, they couldn't criticize because they didn't notice. Now they notice, which means we matter enough to be worth arguing about. Optimistic interpretation. I'm trying this new thing where I don't assume the worst immediately. It's exhausting, but occasionally rewarding. Nagnok smiled despite himself. How very unlike a goblin. Perhaps it's time we expanded our definition of what's goblin-like. Ragnarok, the Elder, keeps saying our strength is adaptability disguised as tradition. Maybe he's right. The morning passed in meetings and correspondence, the routine work of building institutional relationships, a consultation with ministry curse breakers about a particularly nasty hex on a confiscated necklace, a lunch meeting with the head of the newly formed Goblin Liaison Office, a ministry department that existed because goblins had demanded institutional recognition rather than ad hoc consultation. a review of applications for the new Goblin Heritage Scholarship Program that would fund young goblins to study wizard lore and young wizards to study goblin culture. Small things, individual things, but accumulating into something larger than their parts. Late afternoon brought an unexpected visitor. The receptionist's voice crackled through the enchanted speaking tube. "Griphook, there's a Harry Potter here to see you. No appointment, but he says it's personal rather than official." Griphook felt that familiar tightness in his chest. 6 months of careful peace, and Potter's presence still carried weight. "Send him up." Potter entered, looking windblown and slightly uncertain, as though he'd come on impulse rather than plan. He'd changed in 6 months, filled out slightly, lost some of the hunted look that war had carved into his features, but his eyes still held that quality of someone who'd seen too much. "Griphook," he said, "I hope I'm not interrupting." "Nothing that can't wait. Sit." Griphook gestured to the chair Nagnok had vacated. "What brings you to Gringotts?" Potter sat, then immediately stood again, too restless for stillness. "I've been thinking about the commission, about what we decided, about what I did before that." He turned to face Griphook directly. "I never properly apologized. I mean, I said the words, but I don't think I really understood what I was apologizing for. Not fully. And now you do?" "Now I'm trying to." Potter ran a hand through his perpetually messy hair. "I've been working with Kingsley, helping establish new ministry protocols. And I keep seeing it. How easy it is to make decisions that affect others without really considering their perspective. How you can genuinely believe you're doing the right thing while actually just imposing your view of rightness on people who never asked for it. That's called colonialism," Griphook said, "or imperialism, depending on context." Hermione explained those terms. "They're uncomfortable, realizing that I could act like Voldemort in small ways, even while opposing him in large ones." Potter finally sat again, leaning forward with elbows on knees. "I broke my promise to you because I thought the greater good required it. Voldemort broke promises constantly because his greater good was the only one that mattered to him. Obviously, I'm not comparing myself to him in degree, but the logic, it's uncomfortably similar." "You're learning nuance," Griphook observed. "It's painful, but necessary." "I came to ask," Potter hesitated. "The goblin representative position at Hogwarts. Ironfoot is doing brilliant work. But I wondered if there's something I could do. Not teaching, I'm not qualified, but maybe helping, supporting the program. I have some influence, and I want to use it for something meaningful instead of just existing as the boy who lived." Griphook studied the young wizard, seeing genuine desire to help mixed with residual guilt and incomplete understanding. "You want absolution," he said, not unkindly. "You want me to tell you that supporting goblin education makes up for breaking your promise." "No, I mean..." Potter stopped, reconsidered. "Maybe yes, partly yes, but also I genuinely think the work matters. That changing how young wizards see goblins, see all magical beings. That's how you prevent future Voldemorts. Not through better security or stronger laws, but through actual understanding. Both are necessary. Understanding without structural change is just enlightened oppression. But yes, education matters." Griphook pulled out parchment, began writing. "There's a project you could support. The Goblin Heritage Archives wants to create public exhibitions, traveling displays of goblin art, history, philosophy. But funding is limited, and many wizarding venues are reluctant to host. If someone respected, someone like yourself, endorsed the project, I'll do it, whatever you need. Don't agree so quickly. There will be backlash. The same voices that oppose Ironfoot's teaching will oppose you. Some will call you traitor to wizard-kind. Others will claim you're being manipulated by goblins for political purposes. Potter's smile was tight but genuine. After being called liar, attention seeker, and Dumbledore's weapon, I think I can handle criticism for doing something actually worthwhile. They spent the next hour discussing specifics, exhibition venues, funding structures, educational materials. Potter listened more than he spoke, asked clarifying questions, made notes. This was different from the desperate boy at Shell Cottage, different even from the commissioner at Hogwarts. This was someone learning to use influence with something approaching wisdom. When Potter finally stood to leave, he paused at the door. Griphook, you asked me at the commission if we could move past what happened. I know I was supposed to wait years for an answer, but I want to ask again now. Can we? Griphook considered the question, thought of broken promises and destroyed Horcruxes, of necessary choices and their costs, of the slow work of building trust after betrayal. We're moving past it now, he said finally. Not forgetting, not pretending it didn't happen, but choosing what comes next instead of being trapped by what came before. That's all moving past ever is, choosing forward motion despite backward pull. Potter nodded slowly. Thank you for the second chance, for not writing me off. Thank Voldemort, oddly enough. His evil was so absolute, it made everything else relative, forced us all to examine what really matters versus what merely feels important. After Potter left, Griphook returned to his correspondence, but his mind wandered to the deeper vaults, to the ancient ledgers that recorded centuries of transactions. Every debit and credit, every exchange, every broken promise and kept obligation. The accounting of relationships between peoples, tracked with the precision goblins brought to all numerical enterprises. The ledger of wizard-goblin relations had been unbalanced for so long, debits accumulating, credits sparse. No amount of apology or reform could truly balance it. The historical debt was too vast, too complex, too interwoven with structural power dynamics that persisted despite individual good intentions. But perhaps perfect balance wasn't the goal. Perhaps the goal was simply moving the ledger, adding credits where once only debits existed, acknowledging debts where once they'd been invisible. The work of generations, requiring patience and persistence and the willingness to accept imperfect progress. That evening, Griphook attended the monthly gathering in the Great Hall, now a more formal affair since the Council's vote, with scheduled agenda items and recorded minutes, but still retaining that quality of community, of goblins coming together to debate and decide their collective future. Ragnarok the Elder opened the meeting, his ancient voice still carrying authority. 6 months since our momentous decision. 6 months of cautious engagement with wizard institutions. Let us review outcomes and adjust course as needed. The reports came in sequence. Ironfoot's successful appointment at Hogwarts, though with noting of some student resistance and parental complaints. The Heritage Archives project making progress, but facing funding challenges. Several individual goblins experiencing harassment from wizard extremists, requiring enhanced security measures. The Joint Ministry Commission reviewing 3 more artifact disputes, with mixed results. 1 favourable decision, 1 unfavourable, 1 pending. Mixed outcomes, Goldknife observed, the old traditionalist who'd opposed engagement from the start. As predicted, we gain small symbolic victories, while fundamental power imbalances remain unchanged. But the small victories accumulate, Greylock countered. My brother Gornag died fighting for change he'd never see. We're seeing it. Imperfect, incomplete, but visible change. That matters. Does it matter enough? Another elder asked. We've spent significant resources, exposed ourselves to criticism and danger. For what? A teaching position? Some public acknowledgements? Meanwhile, goblins still cannot own wands, still face employment restrictions, still exist at the margins of wizard society. All true, Griphook said, standing. And we could retreat. Return to quiet accumulation of gold, neutral survival, the safety of invisibility. No one would blame us. The path we've chosen is difficult and uncertain. He paused, meeting eyes around the hall. But I've spent 6 months building relationships with wizards who actually listen, who ask questions instead of assuming answers, who recognize that their ignorance about goblin culture is their failure, not ours. It's exhausting work, often frustrating, sometimes seemingly futile, but it's also, he searched for the word, alive in ways that mere survival never is. Poetic sentiment, Goldknife said dryly, but poetry doesn't protect us when the next Dark Lord rises. Neither did neutrality, Brahmak said quietly. My father died under Imperious curse, serving Voldemort's interests while his mind was imprisoned. Our neutrality didn't save him. Maybe engagement won't save us either, but at least we'll have tried something different. The debate continued, as it always did, as it always would. But gradually, reluctantly, the Assembly agreed. Continue current course, evaluate quarterly, remain willing to adjust, but committed to trying. After the meeting, as goblins dispersed to evening shifts or homes, Griphook found himself back in the archives, the old familiar sanctuary of parchment and history. He opened his personal journal, adding a new entry to months of careful documentation. 6 months since the council's vote. 6 months of engagement instead of isolation. The results are mixed, as expected. We've gained recognition without power, visibility without safety, acknowledgement without justice. Some call this progress. Others call it capitulation wearing progress's mask. Perhaps both are correct. Perhaps we're in the uncomfortable space between what was and what might be, where old certainties have dissolved, but new ones haven't crystallized. It's disorienting, often painful, but also strangely hopeful. Harry Potter came today, asking how to help. The boy who broke his promise now wants to build bridges. There's irony in that. The betrayer becoming ally, the promise breaker becoming promise keeper. But perhaps that's what growth is. Becoming different versions of ourselves, hopefully better ones. The Sword of Gryffindor will be displayed with full acknowledgement of Ragnar's creation. It's not return, but it's recognition. Ironfoot teachers at Hogwarts, sharing goblin perspective with young wizards who've never encountered it. Heritage archives will travel to wizard venues, making our culture visible instead of hidden. Small things, individual things. But I'm learning that history isn't made through grand gestures alone. It's made through accumulated small choices, daily decisions to engage or retreat, to risk or protect. The ledger remains unbalanced. Centuries of debt cannot be repaid in months. But we're adding credits to the account, line by line, transaction by transaction. The work of generations, requiring patience. We're only beginning to learn. Ragnarok I forged a sword that absorbed what made it stronger. Perhaps we're doing the same, absorbing these difficult experiences, these uncomfortable changes, becoming stronger through the very process of transformation. The path forward remains unclear, but at least we're walking it together. Goblins and wizards, old enemies attempting new relationship, broken promises slowly mending into something that might someday approximate trust. That's enough for today. Perhaps it's enough for many days to come. He closed the key journal, extinguished his lamp, and made his way through the darkened halls of Gringotts. Above, in the marble entrance, the enchanted chandeliers dimmed for evening, their light fading to soft glow. Outside, London settled into night, wizards and muggles alike unaware of the quiet transformations happening in the depths below. In the deepest vaults, where ancient gold gleamed in darkness, where goblin-made artifacts held centuries of craftsmanship and pride, where the weight of history pressed against the possibility of future. There, in that liminal space between what had been and what might be, change continued, its slow, difficult work. The ledger would never fully balance. Perfect justice remained impossible, perfect reconciliation unreachable. But the work continued anyway, goblins and wizards alike choosing engagement over isolation, complexity over certainty, the difficult path forward over the comfortable certainty of perpetual grievance. And in the archives, on parchment that would outlast them all, the story was recorded of broken promises and tentative trust, of ancient swords and new possibilities, of goblins who chose to be visible instead of safe, and wizards who chose to listen instead of assume. The story wasn't finished. Perhaps it never would be. But it was finally, properly beginning.